All right, here we are. It's this. All right, back to Disco Elysium for the last time. Maybe. Is this the end of the game? I don't know. We're in an island area. In fact, that's the island we've been seeing in the loading screen this whole time. Alright, here we go. Oh. So we were just about to enter into this place. That looks like the fishing docks, now that I think about that, from a different angle, but yes. That looks like the fishing docks where I stayed at. It looks different from this angle. But I suppose that's what it is. Alright. Now here we are. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. What's this place? This one's an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here. Medium distance, large caliber. Okay.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
Alright. 1 second, you guys. Alright, I just feel like there's something wrong with the camera. Let me just go ahead and... A little better. You can see me a little better now. Okay. Cool. Alright.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
I am. This generator proves the universe is material.
A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves the point.
Ouch.
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Okay, so let's put on some perception clothes. If I have any. That was a -1 to perception. -1 to perception. I guess clothes don't really do much for your perception. Except some glasses, maybe? I mean, it seems... oh, ruins my perception. I already have a +1 perception of something on my bodice. Upon my body. So I guess it's as good as it's gonna get. Alright. What was it that I'm wearing? It's funny how it's funny how I have no. Well, that's fine. Ah, makeshift bed, I see. Books mostly fantastic and historical fiction. It's just stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. Moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
There are signs that someone lives.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Oh, new task, rest in the flak tower. No time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
I just want to finish looking around the room.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Okay, why is my conceptualization so low? There's kind of a quicker way just to like right click and like put all clothes on. That I guess that spares me from having to go through and learn what my clothes are. I think those two are probably all that I have though. Okay. Alright, you guys want to help me with boost? Hi, Smarvy. How's it going?
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories. Animal Adventures, a magazine for electrical engineering and an international thriller. Also, light erotica and some historical novels from the century past.
Okay, so if you're available and feel like giving me a hand, little mind gremlins, we have our first roll now of this session. We're going to do a conceptualization check. Got really good odds, so in 5 seconds, I'm going to click the button, +1 to intellect, -1 to something else on the overlay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Just started the stream, so people may still be trickling back in from earlier. I see you there, Smarvy. If you can, give me the +1 intellect and -1 to whatever. Boom! Thank you, chat room. Or should I say mind gremlins? I should just call you my guys mind gremlins forever now. It's gonna stick. Does anything stand out as unusual?
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Elysium. It's not exactly light reading.
Look, Kim. Downbeat dribble for people who can't get shit done.
Elysium. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Hey, Devastation, thank you. No worries, Smarvy. It only showed that there was 2 of you in there when the roll was up, but then it updated to a lot more, so and I was like, oh, okay.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Doesn't that mean they were related potentially to Fallen Arrow shirt? Okay. Related to the the protests or whatever, or the union
Soft covers.
wanting the workers to be part of the board of directors. Ooh, another scarf, an empathy scarf. Wow. Let's have a look at these new items. Okay, we got a perception locker. Alright, so I see 2 doors now. Oh, we can also walk down this way. Okay. Great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We opened the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Southeast was the Sea of Thieves. Oh, that entrance there was from upstairs. Okay, so there's actually nothing there. Hatch is jammed shut, and there's an exit that way. Oh. Water rushes below, far down below.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Slide the radio dial.
The dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band. An idea lights up in your head.
Maybe we could contact Suna, the programmer lady. She could open the door for us remotely.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient, incompatible.
Push light interior.
Nothing happens.
Emergency. Open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
Oh, we could get some from the boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence ouvert reads a dial key.
Right, alright. So that's plan... The boat is plan B if we can't move forward.
Do snakes fart?
Oh, I think they do. So Zora, thank you for the follow. I love how people started this game trying to keep Harry off drugs and alcohol. By the end they're popping all sorts of pills just to get a plus. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. The electrochemical part of your body is all like pretty convincing that it'll be fine. Everything will be just fine. A firing slit. Can't see inside. Must have taken a direct hit. Take out such a huge chunk. There's no sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo in the water. Wah, wah, wah. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. Inside the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. Hey, a fuel can. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with Dramamine.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
I gotta pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Teo Matori, like the ones we found at Lanzen, remember?
I may have been wrong when I said it was unimportant. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete fast.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And between the two,
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that,
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside that room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still... could the shooter still be air?
Where?
Right here on the match. On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
We should move now.
Right. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. Oh, shit. The winch is broken. Russ has eaten what remains of the chain.
a strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all, and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
A bottle in my hand.
Always.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
Empire's hunches, right?
Where it has always been. In front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing.
Video rental? Where's a video rental?
Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Baby, you know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes. Please.
Oh fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week.
Raise my sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
How do I get in the water? Do I have to take off all my clothes first?
Yes?
I guess it was just a thought. Alright. Whatever, just put on some clothes, I guess. Kim knows better than to ask why you stripped your clothes off. I do it a lot in front of him. Like, how many times are you gonna get dressed in a day? I need to put my perception boots on, dude. Alright.
The console is powered off and covered in dust. Urgence ouvert reads a dial key. Allumer reads another. The frequency band says radio diffuser.
Electrical devices do not work without electricity. We need to power the generator upstairs first.
Ah, sorry, my bad.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
Sorry, 1 second, guys.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, failed insula, are written on the band. An idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. No, I'm not. But it would not be very
Alright,
good
same
military
dialogue.
technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely.
The
Emergency,
glass door
open.
opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
No monsters in there, that's a good sign.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Let's go. You and your jokes, Kim. How do I walk slow? If I hold down shift, then I walk slow? Okay. I'm gonna WASD it up. Played a decent portion of the game wearing just a horrific necktie. Kim didn't. Okay. Well, you know. If that's your thing, man. If you don't like clothes too much, then why would you? Why would you bother? Alright, alright. Where are we now? I'm gonna say to walk slow. Small white flowers blossom all around you. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated, broken. Someone come here on the rubber dinghy? Oh, there we go. There's somebody there. I don't suppose we're really sneaking around at this point.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Ah, yeah, I got my...
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bill McGrath?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
I'm still looking for a 446 though, right?
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the ball.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in '06.
It's not wiped from the board. I remember it.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
Those words, the future teaches you.
Real music. Real Projetkult. That's La Révacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song.
I'm not a misanthrope. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job.
The job of a shitlicker.
I know La Révacholière. It's the marching song of the world revolution.
There you go. One of three. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was... some Samaran shit, I guess.
In Sinyao, they sang, Boy with a Scythe, Golden Sun.
First, it wasn't some Samaran shit. It was Boy with a Scythe.
I fucking know what they sang. I watched those little fuckers die in my arms. Little ones came to help us. Got cut to shreds. You don't fucking tell me what they sang.
His nostrils are still flaring with rage. He brings himself back under his own stewardship, slowly.
La Révacholière. I've heard that name. Somewhere else. In a dream.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it.
No, that's not it. I've talked to her.
Talk to her?
Yes, in the church.
God's shithouse. Should have taken it down like they did in Grad. Dismantled it for firewood.
There was something there when he said, talked to her. He was curious. All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, every bird, mammal, and crustacean.
Now you have to remember what we learned about this game is that there's a spot of pale emerging in this area, and there's a lot of bad luck and poor fortune. And things, I think, it may add memories before it removes memories. This guy might be a relic of the past in some way. Whoa.
Keep their distance.
Wait. They all keep their distance. Ah, like the pale spot. When I said I've talked to her, you were curious.
I've seen kids lose their minds and start talking to the city, asking it to protect them when the shelling gets bad, calling it La Révacholière. Cities can't talk. It's bourgeois idealism. I don't want to talk about this shit anymore.
How does it go, the song?
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. So, if I can shoot rabbits, then I can shoot fascists too. Those are the next lines.
So if I can shoot rabbits, then I can shoot fascists too.
What are you talking about?
He doesn't recognize it.
Pale. Pick up the gun lying in the... No. Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08.
School of Air Control.
I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in '18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between air and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Okay, so he's just been here the whole time, but Pale is an issue in this realm.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke Tumaturi cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoked them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
I've been there. The city is a tinderbox. It may still happen.
It won't. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
What have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said it's possible other people, maybe Classier, might have known about this guy and has thrown us off. A lot of stuff adds up, though. You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction. You were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
It remains unclear what it is. He makes leaps he doesn't expect you to follow.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water.
Oh, the deserter.
Hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He self-labels as a deserter. I think sounds like he hates himself for it. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Let's let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
Well, he's describing how when they landed on their shores, he ran. Strangles and beats your friends to death. See the fear and power. He's talking about the fear decades ago. He's still haunted by it. What is this place? This island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it.
Yeah, it's true. This guy was a communard. Because the communists took over this area for a period. And then the rest of the world came to crush them.
Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that?
The
You
coalition.
had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
I think now we're ruled, if I remember correctly, it's the moral intern. And the coalition's a part of it. But it's not ultra-liberal. Joyce was an ultra-liberal. Who speaks like that? We have 15. First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people death blow?
Coalition military.
Iblis.
Iblis.
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the Darkened One.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
We have Druamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
You like that Druamine, don't you? You like that Druamine, don't you?
It's the little joys. The dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
Inferno? Oh, Kim wants to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
That's what he's feeling. You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
The Communards signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honorable.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
He's a fanatic, alright. So, you're a communist soldier from the communist army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Okay, so his responsibilities would include ensuring ideological compliance and belief, I guess, within the system, information, and then to report people for, you know, reconditioning or re-education, perhaps.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor. He looks away to the sea and lets out a cough.
Right, which makes his desertion worse, Marvy, right? Which is why he carries a great shame. I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
It's possible that he's been here 22 years. It's possible someone else traveling around here. It was Joyce that shot him. Like, somebody could know he was here, waited for him to be asleep or something, shoot the gun, knock him out, and shoot it on his behalf. Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state.
I don't think he did.
Like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, it's a triagong made in Sinhao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
Triangong.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty. All
Shanty
it has to
Shanty.
do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition. 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Make him repeat it first? Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you.
Oh shit.
Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Oh damn, Shivers is giving me a hint.
Detective.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I'm so confused, brain. Oh my god. I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Shit.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
I'll sit here together and sit. Colonel Fascist. The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Tracks. Those shoe tracks from inside the whirling and rags. Maybe he's got the key. He's been here a while. He's gone underground. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
rhetoric, you're not drama. Although I think it's the best option. You said fasces. You're admitting you killed him.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments.
I don't think it can be him to make the shot. It keeps telling me he's twitching all the time. Like, how is he going to hold a gun steady? Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony.
There's the link. She might have set it up.
And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Ed. Thank you.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
That's why spiral pattern covers his soul, the worn out old running. He's got running shoes, and they were set as boots.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44.
Right size, but there was also no imprint of a maker on the boot footprint.
These are not the unusual horizontal
Yeah.
patterned soles
He's
saw
not the
in
shooter.
dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Right. That's a good point. People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The thing is, he's poor, so he doesn't have a collection of shoes. And his MO is not... He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's like, I'm gonna go do murder. Let me change my shoes premeditatedly. It doesn't seem like a mastermind guy. He didn't do it.
Gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something.
Oh, I can see it in his eyes? Well, if drama's telling me... if my sense of drama, my intuition on this is telling me that... But drama is good for telling lies, not detecting footprints. Why is drama involved in this?
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
Maybe it was him. Just taking out like a last stand, a last hurrah. Maybells. Behind the victim's window. I saw them growing air.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez. Only air.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection. was Snow White in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Classy. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window.
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yes, Classier. You hadn't heard her name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting.
Maybe he works for Everard in some fucked up way? Because Everard is saying like, oh, I've got eyes on you, I've got eyes on you. These would be the eyes. So maybe he pulled the trigger, but he was pushed by someone else. That makes sense. We saved a lot of them. I don't know. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it, we have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention.
Yeah.
Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I'll hold my breath too.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He was breathing with them in phase. Weird.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
That's it for now, old man. Stay put.
I ain't going anywhere.
What was the roll for? I'm trying to remember what the was it perception? Hang on. Composure.
Minute.
Okay, hang on. I already have +2 to composure, so I probably got all the composure clothes I need. So let's just take a look here. The composure clothes are... He doesn't like my communist hat? He didn't even say anything about my communist hat. What a jerk. Alright, well I'm gonna put my jacket back on. Wait, those shoes I was wearing was giving me a boost, weren't they? For composure. Why would I do that? Yeah, I guess it looks like it doesn't matter what I put on. Oh! Oh, that's a jacket as well. I'm gonna do the same thing. Oh no, oh. Alright. I thought I had a better shirt. Lobby shirt, there we go. We'll just put the black pants on. Black pants are pretty straightforward. Hat. Oh, you just... Well, that's it. It just shows you what keys you have. That's about it. Okay, cool. Oh, man. I got 5 points? Oh, shit, dude. Alright. I don't know that I need any of it. I might be interested in looking into this Krasmazov if there's time for it. Since I'm low, I don't think I need the Jamrock Shuffle anymore. Put that in. Could level up composure, but let's see where we're at here. Take some drugs. Uh-oh.
Honorable One, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor points on your life path. You are a man most virtuous.
Wait, what? There were honor points?
Of course there were honor points. Did you think no one was paying attention to all of your honorable deeds, Honorable One?
I only try my best. It's the most any of us can do.
Oh, the modesty on this one. Another 10 honor points for you, sir. You are on the fast track to becoming one of the rarest, most revered of all police officers, an honor cop.
Isn't honor sort of an archaic concept?
Living in the name of virtue and doing noble deeds while expecting nothing in return is not archaic. How can you even think that? Selflessness forms the basis for the warrior code, an ageless code, as fit for nomadic Ilmaran tribes traversing the vast Red Plateau in Provincia Gordi, as it is for your neighborhood postman.
A warrior code, you say? I do feel like a warrior. This whole thing is beginning to sound very me.
Mm-hmm. You are like a wandering night monk setting right the wrongs of the world you come upon. Are you ready to drink deep from the cup of honor?
My honor is my life.
Yes, your deeds are spoken for you, Honorable One. But to fully drape oneself in an eternal cloak of honor, a ritual must be completed. A rite of honor. Even among the honorable, only the most dignified are deemed worthy. But you, O Honorable One, have excelled in honor. Honor comes from deep within you, and to truly know oneself, to know one's honor, one must reach deep within oneself and touch one's honor.
Okay.
You need to bring the thumb of your right hand, your sword hand, to your rectum and stick it in there to form the Arch of Honors.
What? Well, honor doesn't look... What does honor really look like? It's not a haircut, right? All I ever wanted was to live life with dignity, to die with honor. Stick your thumb in your ass? Okay.
What are you doing?
I am honoring myself, Lieutenant.
I can see that. But do you have to do it where everyone can see you? Have you no self-control? Please spare me this sight.
The lieutenant is a noble man, but he does not know honor like you and I do. Best not to waste time trying to explain. Lead by example. Congratulations, Honorable One. You have become a member of a noble faculty. A man kneels, an honor corps rises. Go forth and commit even more honorable deeds. And should your resolve ever waver, remember the right of honor. It will always cleanse a man's soul.
I don't get the right of honor. I kind of did it because I'm flattered by this.
It is an honor to serve with you, Honor Cop.
Oh, shit. Honor Cop. I have to find out what that's about. -4 to drama. It's a temporary research bonus. We'll have to live with it. Okay, forget Arno Van Eyck. I think I'm done with Arno Van Eyck. Overproductive honor gland. It's the game subtext shitting on this line of thinking? Yeah, of course. It's like hockey players jerking off in a circle on bread and then passing it around to eat as a sort of ritual, I think. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that before.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Alright, let's assess his body language. Can you guys give me a +1 to motorics? And a -1 to something else? Alright, so +1 to motorics, -1 to something else. Never knew hockey was so honorable and noble. I mean, we used to joke about that like 20 years ago. I haven't really... I had one friend in particular who's convinced hockey players actually did that shit. And I mean, I don't know. But secretive male rituals. Everyone's like, what the fuck, Beau? And I'm like, you guys never heard of this? This is like, alright. It's like, you know... I mean, I don't know. I haven't done it, so I can't explain why it's honorable. But this is a thing. Okay, is it a thing? You know, I never really Googled it to confirm it. This was before, like, internet was really, like, it was like, you know, internet was like BBS's. Maybe internet was starting to emerge. Like, I had no way of looking this up when we were being joked about it. I never thought of looking it up. But, I remember hearing about this a lot, being incredulous and being told it's a thing, it's a real thing. Yeah. Anyways, I need a boost to my motorics, please. So many things I never knew about Canada. Yeah, we have a cum bread ritual. All right, so yeah, +1 to motorics, -1 to something else, please, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I guess it's one of those things where if you've done something if you've humiliated yourself in front of people, you're incentivized to keep the bond. So you're tied, you're bound to honor. If you ever waver from honor, you're less likely to waver from honor, maybe, in that context of brotherhood. I think. I don't know if I had to guess. Assess his body language. Let's go. Thank you for the boost, Mind
What
Gremlins.
strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He is surprisingly okay.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Somebody's keeping him on drugs, and they told him to shoot something. Something. It's not just him randomly shooting someone. I gotta think there's more behind it. Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair
dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid. Keen, even. Not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
He is indeed very lucid at times. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
How about Pit-Oliden?
I don't know what that is.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
I'm thinking it's pale, though.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
By that, you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep?
Wrinkled up whore.
What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist?
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters. So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising. And anger too, in addition to loneliness.
Moving on, the victim arrives sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites.
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare.
Oh, I see. The Crenel that we met seemed to be drunk, and that's why they were going to violence. They seem to be like berserker types. And this type, the Communard, you know, they don't do drugs. They are fueled by ideological passion in their killing and defending and all that shit. That's sort of what he's saying.
I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking.
So,
I didn't like that.
you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
Wiley stands here and rots.
I hate women too, you know. I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have a skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And
He's
from
the
there
one that took it.
to Cachet Brut.
Cachet Broom.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden boy she told us about. You looked into it.
After she was gone,
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
no. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Oh, good point, Logic. You saw Annette. Are you sure? We checked the submersible. There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
It's the Pale, man. You saw a name on the passport. But before, when I said the name Clausier, you didn't seem to recognize it.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Oh, that's true. Probably said something else. What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
What's the Pale, Smarty? So all the Isolas, aka large continent islands, are separated by a purple mist. And the planet, no one's been able to fly high enough into space to see if the planet's round or flat. What they've seen is that it's sort of eyeball shaped from what they can see, from as high as they can go. And that these Isolas are separated by this purple cloudy mist. And what they can see and the scientists have measures that the purple cloudy mist is slowly enclosing and swallowing up the world. But it's really slow, like thousands and thousands of years style. But they're separated by pale, so to actually fly through it, you can actually risk losing your mind flying through the pale, because if you stay in it too long, you get new memories, and then you lose all your memories. So you can get sickness from it. And in the church, we discovered that a speck of pale is growing on the island and is responsible for the curse of the doomed commercial area. Everything seems to be going wrong around here. And he's just been living out in this area, so I'm guessing he's probably been affected by the pale distortion in this. Yeah, it's super nuts. We're not on Earth. Or if we are, it's some future Earth or weird Earth or multiple dimensions. Like, we're not in America. Moving on. Did you continue watching after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
The pale is awesome, works so well. Yeah, I mean, it's as a part of a trippy thing. I'm trying to piece together because I have amnesia. Like, is this Earth? Is this what other planet is this? And then it's like this huge sci-fi concept, but I haven't seen any of it. It's not like like in Divinity, there's death fog, and I'm like, death fog's a thing. I haven't seen any of it, so it's a reveal that like you have to do side quests and explore. I think it's something that you can. I don't know if that quest is fully a side quest. I think it could be potentially something you miss. So is that why they all take boats? Exactly. There are airships too. And the airships have to be protected, and they have to find passages through the pale that are safe, and then like chart them. And there are even stations in the pale, like connecting stations where you might go through pale and then you're in a safe spot. And those people long term, do get mental damage, including truck drivers. So one of the truck drivers was called Pale Driver and was really weird. So it finally made sense that the Pale Driver had just been a truck driver for so long that she became loopy.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you can see her bruises through the scope of a rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
One more thing about this woman.
Woman.
And inexplicably, it doesn't go with his pained voice.
What if she's connected to this Dolores Day character in some really weird way? What if she's from the Pale? Or something way more magical than what we realize? I mean, it would be kind of natural for him to just fall smitten with a beautiful woman living as an islander all these years out of jealousy. In fact, killing the fascist. Alright, so we have a red check. I get one shot at this. I need a +1 to Motorix for my mind gremlins, please. Too submersive for Switch, methinks? Well, I mean, if you The one thing is this is like a book, right? So you can almost it's like an ebook where you could curl up with your headphones and like play. The controls are not fancy, you know. Like you just go up, down, left, right, and click the interact button. I can see it. I can see it being like a turning your Switch into a Kindle and playing this game. Yeah, and there's all kinds of submersive shit I've learned that's on the Switch store. Anyways, they don't care. That's what I made that point on Core this week, where I was just like, "This is a family console." Yeah. Yeah, because I like my Switch, but the store is like, it's like, oh my god, like you can play like Wolfenstein Youngblood. I'm like, you can play pretty violent and pretty like, they have like dating simulator. You know how like we laugh at Steam where it's like, I mean Steam has triple X sex game or whatever, which is fine, whatever. I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't have a problem with that, but that does like. That does something to the character of the store. You're like, okay, this is a place that will have things like this. And you're like, Nintendo Family Entertainment System, the Switch, you wouldn't find that there. And certainly you don't find the graphic sexual stuff there, but there are like dating simulators with overly accentuated boobies and skirts going up a little higher than they should. And probably it doesn't delve into straight up, adult themed content. But it's like, why even... It's probably as close as they can get to that line, I suppose, somewhere. And I'm just like, it's just a Steam Deck, except Nintendo wants to control the gate. And the gear, the hardware in it's probably not that good. All right, so anyways. So this store is jam-packed with all kinds of trash. Yeah, exactly. Which is fine. But it should just run better, first of all. And second of all, they should release their games on other systems if they're just going to let any trash on their systems. That I don't really see how. Well, I mean, exclusives make sense for the consoles. It would be unreasonable to expect them to ever stop. All right, I need a boost to this Motor X, please. Reaction speed. It's Motor X. We'll get a +1 of. We got a lot of benefits from the footprints in the dust. Could have changed shoes. Found the peephole. So, 5, 4, 3. 2, 1, go. So if you're watching on your phone, there's a button you can press too, and you can pop it out. +1 to Motor X, -1 to something else, so I can get the mind. You guys are my mind gremlins, and I'll get your help on this. Sweet, 92%. Boom. All right. How does he know those minute details about a body?
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on a body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Wait, what? Is she masturbating or you masturbating? And are you cutting the drugs of hers into little lines with a knife?
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Wait, what did I ask? The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall? Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating. So he watches her masturbate. He watches her cut her drugs. I'm assuming she means her.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
On that, too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but
those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Dross. The dried flowers that were on the roof.
What about them?
There. He's already admitted to it. Just ask.
Did you leave the dried maybells behind her window?
I did. I shouldn't have. It was a mistake.
Why did you?
I was there one night, and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room, on the floor. I'd never seen her do that before.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So, in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Booyakasha.
That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
We arrested her.
Locked up with your masters, like I'll be. Maybe we'll meet? She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, like she knew. Staring at the island, the fort, like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
That's possible. What's possible is that because she's a spook. She seems like a highly intelligent person, very able to play. Like, you know, she messed with us ultimately. She got out at the exact right time. Highly capable and intelligent individual. Probably knew about him. Maybe did some counter spying of her own, something. Maybe she saw that the hole was there and let it continue anyway. I don't know. Maybe that's just too far down the rabbit hole.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Yeah, and like there's a sense too that like maybe she started this thing and then couldn't end it because he was crazy, and the only way to like there's a nugget of truth to maybe like because even this guy says like the things they did, like maybe he was crazy and she had enough and had to find a way out, and somehow didn't plan it, but like things kind of worked out by letting him watch and letting that She might have toxic knowledge of the play. I'll still haven't finished this game. Maybe the cryptids only exist in the Pale or under the influence. Well, that might be the Pale affecting their minds too. Although they had a lifetime of that, so I don't think so. But who knows? Midtown across the bay. Oceanic wind washes forward. Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south.
That's Clausier they're talking about.
Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
More specifically.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Wasn't their leader, like, loved magenta cocaine?
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
this guy is
There
something
was
else.
something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Maybe he's talking about the incompetent doom spiral or whatever his name is. Eventually here. There was something about the statue on the roundabout. And syphilis?
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
Oh
That
no.
is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
Oh, that's right. So, yeah, there was a suzerainty before the communards took over, and then the rest of the world, World War II style, came in to overthrow the communards, basically. And then instead of reasserting a suzerainty or monarchy, it sounds like something, whatever, Revachol became a part of the Moral Intern, the coalition. But they're still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
I want to ask him about the cocaine skull. Maybe he knows where the cocaine skull is buried. I don't know.
I do. Some advertising cockroaches use their accumulated capital to erect a new, ironic version of it. We tore it down with honest, working-class plastic explosives. But there it is again, grinning. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Disco whores.
Horse.
Whores. No, I didn't find the skull. I'm wondering if it exists or not. I think it's just supposed to be a legend, but I'll look forward, if I don't find it in this playthrough, I'll look forward to seeing if this is like an ongoing conspiracy thing amongst people who've played this game. Don't know anybody spoil it for me if they found it. You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare a farce of the social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Yeah, you're definitely a dyed-in-the-wool communist.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Yeah, see, I still see there's a connect. It was a disappointment. Everett Clare.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass.
Yeah.
I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
It's not Everett. I have to ask this, but I know because of the eye hint that it's not him. Doesn't Everett run the Union? It's his
That
brother.
mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
So he's aware of the Clares, though, which means he's more plugged in than he made himself sound. He makes himself sound to the goings-ons. Like, I know he sneaks around, nobody notices him, but the Debadar's Union are cast as communists, you know, the working defenders of the working class, but I guess in a different way than these old guys from what do they call them? Whatever, that period of time when they were before they were overthrown.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar.
Yeah.
They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
So, like, which makes me think that, like, and he's a good manipulator, so he might have stoked some fire for him to get the thing in, and then we also have to go arrest Edgar because he was put up, he has an accomplice or something, right? We're not the first people you've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf.
Perfect,
He
got
figured
him.
it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
If Edgar met this man, it was for one reason, and it's to use him.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
Hey, Crimson Neon, you've got a gift sub from Hans Sanitizer. Man, you guys are very generous, Hans and Devastation. You give out a lot of subs on this channel. Thank you so much for that. By the way, there's almost a connective tissue here in the sense that this guy's like a bitter old whatever, but they can actually view him as a hero, maybe even legitimately, and not as just a criminal using stuff, right? I don't know. This guy could be a mascot for a glorious age that they need to get back to, in a way. Offered me blankets and social housing. Still have the gas cooker he brought. So that's how he's been getting stuff. So if he's got painkillers, that's where the painkillers are coming from. Unless he's scrounging them all on his own. And he let you be here.
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Okay. They might just tell you that.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Crenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Not doing anything for him again. So he says, you know why I killed that fucker? Because of the lady. She liked the lady. Then he says you're not doing anything for Edgar again.
What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Ah.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Right, because remember, he's not a soldier. He's a proper ideological officer. So he would know about communism in a fundamental way.
There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost.
All right. I can't benefit from a boost, guys, because I've got high logic. I'm a smarty. What was the deal between him and Edgar?
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Yeah, because Joyce talked about who they took over from. Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that classy.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target.
So he's killed 2 women now.
She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
You shot her.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Maybe his memory is full of holes is code for his memory is full of people he's put holes into.
Another big spike of rage, different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
Sweet, I completed a secret task. Cool. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones with heart.
The same old freezing hatred.
By the cock parading in his colourful uniform. You mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other.
Bull.
Always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
So I've got his clothes on me. What happens if I just dress up as Renee? Is anything gonna happen?
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, nah, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple of days ago.
No,
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
Are you okay, Mr. Dross, to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
It doesn't look like he is. Okay.
Well, I'm glad we talked about this. Now,
Glad we talked about what?
I was asking again about people you don't like.
His lip curls into...
Glad we talked about what?
It looks like everything, guys. I'm arresting this man. Yosef Lilanovich Dross. You're under arrest for the murder of the Crenel Colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Say, does it have room for free?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here. But
then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him there while I come back for you?
you come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? Is this a fucking farce? I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe I could just ask that nitpicker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
Send her back over. Below the confusion and rage, a fit of jamais vu like yours, the thought passes, more pressing matters take its place.
No, listen. Listen now.
Wait, something's happening by asking these other things. Alright, let's try and do legendary hearing. It's a red check, so maybe I pass it, maybe I don't. Perception really wants me to listen. And I think I'm going to... Alright, you guys, well, you know what? I'm real nervous about what's about to happen here. Alright, give me the +1 mind gremlins, alright, to perception. I need a Motor X boost. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. We've been so wrapped up in conversation, someone could have sneaked up upon us. Motor X +1, -1 to something else. Thank you very much, Mind Gremlins. Alright, here we go. Wait.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it,
What?
something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shh, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this...
Your skin crawls.
It's the Phasmid! Holy shit! The fucking Phasmid is real!
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb. to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
A giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
He's adorable.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Does everyone get this, or is it just because I passed the skill check? I guess if I don't pass it, I wouldn't notice it, right? Oh shit, that's awesome.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is. Oh, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Kim sees it!
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Man, fuck the murder investigation. We just found a phasmid. I mean, how do I walk towards it?
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not.
You know what would be great is if he ran away while I was in the middle of this. It'd be perfect if he ran away. What if the phasmid's connected to the pail?
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Approach carefully. We're going right for the red. Man, look at my red check. This is great. +3, Lena's childhood experience. Your corpse will be marked by stain. The miracle way out in the west laid the pheromone on thick. Oh, that's right. I put pheromones on, man. All right. Approach careful. I'm just going right through it. Let's just do it right. Electrochemistry. All right. Please don't critical fail. Yes!
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
I'm smiling the most I've ever smiled playing this game right now. I'm just like, oh my god, this is so satisfying. Like, the murder investigation was kind of going as expected. This, I was legitimately not sure if it was going to happen or not. Because I can see it being like, just like, you wasted your time on this bullshit. That's how depressing this game is. But it's also insane enough to actually have aliens in it. We're not in Kansas anymore. Look behind you. It's smelling me. Oh, shit.
Maybe it is real, the pheromone.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding. like lunglets. Breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Raise your hands slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you.
I'm gonna save scum this. I want the best possible outcome from this. I do not give a shit.
Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Half light. That's that's an instinctual one, right? Okay, it's detecting his. Oh, it's zoomed out. Oh shit! I want to be closer. Put your hand down.
The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's small head.
Hello, I'm Airy. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on my tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning. Apricot blossoms, white blossoms erupting, a sensation like cold hands on your face.
Yeah, did not give up on Phasmid. Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
For me, it's fire, burning.
Fire? Where?
On the horizon, pale fire. This thing we're both sensing is coming to an end.
That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me, it's a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness.
So what if the next picture doesn't come? This creature is not the photographer, just the camera.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
You're the type of animal I would like to be.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask?
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
That's cool.
No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now.
Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
Oh. I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
There's some truth to also that. Food and drugs. The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him.
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the picture in your head. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
The phasmid is what's causing the killer to... Oh my god. Is this a dream? What was happening?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from, all this, around us? The world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god.
I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
You know what I like to think about? Like, you know when you're searching for stuff, like games, and you see a thumbnail? If you looked at a thumbnail of this game right now, you wouldn't see the Insulindian phasmid. And you'd be like, oh, whatever, next stream. They're just looking at some reeds. Because it's camouflage. For the last 300... It's 350 years old? Molding, cloning myself, and folding at night to play with trash bins and boys. Oh, wait, this plays with boys? Then she has the documents.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
No, no one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping off blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
First in 1,000 years. Alright, so I don't think the text meshed. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. You know what? Is that the Shivers voice? Or is it a different voice? I went unnoticed by the first settlers and land surveyors of the suzerain. Also by soldiers of the revolution, the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles islanders who came here first but did not stay have not seen me. Okay, but this creature's intelligent enough to understand revolution and knows Seminoles islanders.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
That's me. Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
The killer may not be the only person this phasmid has affected then with memory issues, potentially.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
Ow.
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet.
Oh, sorry. I need to get up soon. I've been meaning to like take a get up break.
The Pale too came with you.
What?
No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, what? I am extreme all-engulfing madness, a volatile simian nervous system ominously new to the planet. Oh, came with humans. Not me, personally. Oh, there's an answer where you can say, I don't have that kind of power. Wait, the Pale is human-made.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Ow.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse, ow.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
Have I always felt this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
I have already forgotten the whole world once, when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Same as Earth, oxygen's arrival was a mass extinction event? Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
And I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
The case is meaningless compared to this. I've totally transcended the case.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
No, I gotta. Are you the miracle?
No. The moral of the Pale too came with you. You're a violent and we suspect it.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion.
Simian Butcher. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
I don't want to say goodbye now. I have to say goodbye now. I have no more faults. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I have met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
I will.
She was hell on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
He's gonna die.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
For all time.
Should I pet it? I'm gonna slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body.
The drug we found is, yeah.
It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at my finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick my finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Oh, nice. We have taste perception. I gnashed it, you guys. I gnashed it. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
I run my hand up the slender limb.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control. The stimulus overloaded it. It's passing like an extended moment or a gallstone.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
It can walk on water.
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
So can you arrest him without ever seeing the phasmids? I hope so, because then that makes me awesome.
Here it is. It's titled Honor for the Brave, and goes, I have no family. I make honor my family. I have no home. I make bravery my home. I have no desire. I make dignity my desire. I have no friends. I make humility my friend. I have no enemy. I make dishonor my enemy. This is my vow of honor for the brave. I am brave. Something like that. It's not the words that matter. It's the honor.
Well, it seems like missing it would be a thing because it tries to stay hidden, right? So you've got to, like, you know, it seems like that should be a possibility. And it doesn't seem like it's super critical to the main story of being, you know, your detective plan. So I've got 25 honor points. Great. Rest in the flak tower. Inspect the phasmid. Phasmid's gone. Check out the windows. Oh, there's a helmet. Another what? Oh yeah, this is the helmet. This is the ceramic armor helmet. Interesting. I only ended up with the chest. I didn't manage to get the boots, or I think there's other ones. 30mm sniper scope attached to almost any bolt action. I use an old style. Okay, that's the scope that goes with the rifle.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the empty boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Yep, Kim's got to eat all of his words.
An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was this doing in the phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
The phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open up the boy with spindly legs.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
He cannot say shit to me after what just happened.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious. A curious octopus would do something similar, or even a cuttlefish.
Perhaps it was curious, like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember?
I do remember.
God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
I know, you told me. Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
What's her real name then?
I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alazia, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
Okay. Well, shit. Alright, I need a cigarette. For real. Oh, I should be holding this. This just kind of helps me be all official and shit. Oh, but I don't need to wear armor right now. Let's put a proper hat back on. Yeah, and just to get up, stand up, like my back, I'm having a little costo pain, so I just need to get up and stretch. Oh, I've been sitting for 3 hours. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Anyways, just waiting for water to boil for my coffee, and then I'll bring it over here and let it steep. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, well maybe we can still figure out what we're gonna do to arrest this guy.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
See.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
In a way, he's like the phasmid in that he's gone unnoticed all this time. You know what I mean? He's, you know...
Like an addict of some terrible substance.
Snap my fingers under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation
That's
problem,
morbid,
doesn't
Kip.
it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him.
Where did he get the
Perhaps you should.
ceramic helmet? Show him the ceramic helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the Oranese passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Let's show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross,
No response.
No, it's not that.
The
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
he was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
I think he's addicted to that thing.
Like a drug?
He has displayed addict behavior, and not just to painkillers.
His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
It's not just chemical.
No, it's not that.
The man shudders lightly, his eyes swallowed up by their pupils.
Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean.
I talked to the phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective. He was energetic. He does not... I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. Like his pupils...
It's not just chemical.
It's as if he's infatuated with it.
Some kind of oxytocin release mechanism? Would go with the pupils. But this is way above me, detective. You mean pheromonal? The scope? Knowing of her bruises? His disposition toward... That could be part...
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes. You forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
What's interesting, Crimson Neon, is they talk about the old world and the new world. You know, we live in what was once called the New World. I'm wondering if this is like, you know, in Earth we found a way to another world of some kind.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. You should be more careful, detective.
No
Are
way,
you
I was
sure
only
it wasn't
talking to
having-
it.
Are you sure? You were a valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it is in its company? Much of it Wait, he's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland.
The
To get
return.
Adam. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
I've absolutely forgotten how to get around. Oh boy, that was pretty epic overall. Damn. Freaking damn. Can't put more points in the skill. Drugs raise learning caps, but they're bad for your health. You can still rest. Yeah, but I don't want to rest. We got this guy could die. Seems like we gotta take. I just feel like taking a rest is a bad idea. Although you never know this game. I might die if I don't get my rest. Oh no.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Never figured that one quest out.
Look what the tide brought in.
Alright, I'm gonna get my coffee. I have a feeling shit's about to go down. Maybe. Maybe. This music got all kinds of interesting. There, I just have a pillow in there just to help me sit up straight.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Who are you people? Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Comar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it.
Oh, I have a task force?
Special Consultant Trant Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later. But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Let's destroy them. Do I not trust them? Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What was this about? Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
What was this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
So why was he lying to me about with the kid? Because, yeah, he was at the Feld building every day.
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant. It's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid, that's you.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the phasmid, the case.
Despite all I've done.
No, because of all that you've done.
How did you know I was there?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I understand, okay. God told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
You aren't the man with the sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you. Nah, actually I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Absolutely no idea. 100 years? Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force. He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
I'm sorry I didn't recognize you before.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. We're just worried.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do, but stink. You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working.
So, Trant Idlestam turns out to be Special Consultant Trant Idlestam.
Yes, I'm Trant Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Trant Heilestam.
Wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Oh yeah? What was up with all the interesting history spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
Duped again. No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk, and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this. Tell me at least you are who you said you were.
Yes, I'm still Kimki Solagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Bevy.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, first, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left, because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant, because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde with sunglasses like you were?
See? There! He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G Baby. It was going to be funny.
It is funny.
But then, you really did have brain damage. So, not so much anymore.
So why does this feel like an intervention?
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing for both of you.
Okay, so what does this unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentant shit a million times over.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
I feel bad about the way I'm dressed. I want to have the kimono hat on. And the straw hat. I really wished I was dressed differently for this.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hereford's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church. A 2mm hole in the world.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain? Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
What if it was the phasmid?
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Isolary anthroponetics are a hoax. Pain produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vigmare, he has blanked out before.
Oh, I have.
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mirror.
I didn't finish reading my notes.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Conceptualization, you're the best.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the New World Mural, those were recent.
Fuck, I didn't read them.
Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trump, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless.
I
I'm glad
agree.
we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
I kind of like this guy. I'm glad we brought you. I like that line.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on the disability pension?
What now?
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Lie. Just bide your time. Ask something, then lie.
Awesome. Hold on. In the ocean?
Yes, in the ocean. Under the sea. Our work vehicle. With fish and clams and other sea shit.
Lie? Shit, I forget who Jacob is again. That wasn't me. It was stolen by traffic hooligans.
Oh, well, if it wasn't you, then it's okay. You only let someone steal our 45,000 real police vehicle, drive it into the sea, and then just left it there. For the record, you pressured us into getting it. It'll be cool, Jean. We'll have wheels, rapid response. I was fine being an equestrian cop. I hope you're fine driving a bicycle. Don't answer that. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth
come on!
plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Come on! Fuck! I don't know if we're near the end of the game or not, like... Alright. Did that not... Oh, shit! I leveled up the wrong thing! Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Hand-eye coordination. Alright, well there's only one skill slot left, so no love lost. I can only spend the one slot. Alright, Mind Gremlins, help me catch my badge so I can look cool. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Motor X +1, please. Does this matter? This can't be the last skill check in the game or something, right? I mean, it feels like I'm... Alright, 72%. Let's do this. Catch it. Oh, shit.
You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully.
I
and
blew
it
all
lands
my
on the
points.
ground, some 2 meters away. Ouch. You strained your elbow trying to catch that stupid thing. Damn it.
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
I upgraded my gun to a rifle. My gun is right here.
Phew, he has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I'm not drunk. I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun. I'm not... Oh, this is the lie he told me to tell. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a week. I'm sorry I smelled bad.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let the suspect escape. A certain Glacier. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave us a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you're Everard Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That small-time stuff, that's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
Kim, fuck! Fucking narc!
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior.
Am I getting psychologically evaluated based on everything I've done in the game?
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Some kind of anti-radiation drug he uses to induce visions. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
Yeah.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Aw, Kim.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
That's right, bitches!
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Boom shakalaka, motherfucker.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone admits me responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I also started a nightclub and a drug lab in the church. The killer, Lilianovich Dross. We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trout. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Actually, I hadn't fully decided this yet. It was an act of jealousy, but it was an act of rage induced by the phasmid semiochemicals. Aren't both true? He wasn't... What motive do I have? I got so distracted with the phasmid. I'm sure that's what it is, right? Because when the phasmid went away, he was just an old man, like whatever. Like, it energized him into this weird thing that I think was somehow mind control. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. It killed him in an act of rage induced by the phasmid semiochemicals.
Possibly induced. But even without that, these men spent 50 years on the islands in the bay, in solitude, loathing what Revachol has become. There's plenty for prosecution to pick from in terms of motive. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way, way more.
Dora? I'm still not completely satisfied with it. Could just be a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop, and you did a good job. With a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
I still want to connect it to the Claires, but I guess not.
And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it.
Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest. A helmet, a scope, and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The Beau would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species.
Oh, yeah.
We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a pheromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but...
There are species of bees that, under the influence of pheromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Wait, is there a course of action where me and Kim just keep this experience secret and just give them a bunch of shit and just keep it between ourselves?
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any pheromones.
Like, maybe I don't... maybe I should just keep this to ourselves. Well, because we want to protect it, because we like it. You know what I mean? Hey, there's this awesome bug, and then the whole world comes and fucking finds it and kills it. Like, why did I do that? Uh-oh.
Of course, Lieutenant, of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to.
It's not a very honorable thing to do.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
That's interesting. I should have considered that. It had mandibles that looked like air, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
The reason I think it would be okay is because I feel like it's a really powerful creature, and I'm putting faith in the fact that even if we tell these people about it, it won't be found. And also, there's a miracle component, and he said I was the miracle, and I'm assuming being able to find it, or it's like I'm Jesus, you know, for seeing it, and it'll be fine, and I'm delivering a message. Like, God delivered a message, I'm gonna deliver a message, and maybe that means I become the new Innocence, like Dolores Day. Okay, I'm dreaming like a madman now, for sure.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
The previous head of our Debarders Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
understood, of course.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
Yeah. You think I should brag about my drug lab? Nope, we're gonna keep that secret. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in the boardwalk. Drunk.
How do you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
Oh, right.
I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10. A commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
I confiscated. I don't know. So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Did you submit the drugs as evidence? No, I did not. Any drugs I found I kept for personal use, I think.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the shot put, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of fawn sportswear I've amassed.
Your moves on the church floor, which honestly was just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
The raw, robust stamina output. Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
Oh god, contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again? I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of open competition. A 5,001 rank outsider.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
Alright, so why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Was the name Dora?
Yeah. Dora Ingelund, I think.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait. Dora Ingerland?
Something like that. Half Vasan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
So we weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years?
No, it was 6. Like ancient. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
No, I meant, what would she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin business.
Like a Welkin? Damn. Tabletop RPG reference?
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture. But it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Right, okay.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first. The middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
She keeps making me feel like I'm not going to have time to ask all the questions here. Okay. Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind. It says, tensions rise in Terminal YC in light of the débardeurs strike in Terminal B. Among representatives of every industry in Coal City. You read.
Oh, there's another uprising.
Le Breteur.
Want to do that at Station 41.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Phosmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this, Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Precinct 41. What kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station, and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and McLean.
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We're garbage.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
Ptolemy?
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the Force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why do we need to go in there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Alright, I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street forking into the dark horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
Wait, the square shape, that's the unsolved mystery of the square-shaped bullet hole?
Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Is that the final end? Final button? This seems like the game over, like the end of the game. Wait, aren't we gonna go get the old man? Hopefully he doesn't hear all the drugs rattling around in my coat. GG, you guys. I definitely missed some stuff. I never gave Dolores Day a thing. Yeah, and I mean, so they had a few open things, like the Dolores Day thing. It didn't do, and there was a scene in the trailer that looked like it involved Dolores Day that I know I didn't see, but it was just something from the trailer. Like, it wasn't like a spoiler, so I have no idea. I just know there's something I didn't. I know there's at least one thing I didn't do, and I guess I also didn't get into that door. Not everyone gets the bug, though, right? The Phasmid ending is not what everyone gets. I wonder how many people played it, if there's an achievement tied to it, and I can see a percentage. You did not get your playthrough, and I did not get the door? You got the Dolores Day thing? The given the oh, you did. What did you do? Now that the game's over, I'm okay with. I'm better with spoilers now, because this is my experience. Is it just when you pray to her you get a vision, which is sort of my guess? Gary the crypto-fascist. It had to do with the woman that was just mentioned, Dora? I think I spoke to her on the phone. Very hard to exploit handicapped person. Who's that? Voice actor of Chinese trailer? They sell this game in China? Damn. I mean, that's pretty cool, actually. I would think this would have too many troublesome ideas in it, I guess. But it is a text adventure. People care about Fortnite and shit like that. If this is a critically acclaimed game, I'm sure, hopefully they made good money with it, but, you know, we're not talking... We're not talking major cultural impact. In the obvious way that the big titles do. This is a pretty good game. My god. When I look at it in retrospect, it's like one of those things where it's like, I was really just serious about trying to figure out if it was going to be more of a whodunit kind of thing from characters you knew, but it is always like there's another new character around the corner that you think it might be. But still very good. Still very good. But like, I don't know if anyone could ever guess that there was a dude of that nature hanging out there. Just the one thing I think is cool is that it seemed like it was possible if I failed that red check, I would not see the phasmid. So, if I had not seen the phasmid, then I'd be sitting there going like, oh, he's on some weird drug, I gotta figure that out. And then it would be game over, and I'd be like, I guess he was just old. Or something. Maybe something, a mystery. I really thought the phasmid was going to be a waste of time. I had like written it off in my head as this game's kind of like, you know, I didn't see it coming. Which is nice. It's always nice when you don't anticipate it. It was a nice surprise. I mean, they did a good job of throwing me off. Like, giving me, like, if you look at it from, like, when games spend a lot of time on something, you usually think, or even movies for that matter, you're like, this is relevant, this is important. But I was easily convinced, because I remember thinking that, they're spending a lot of time on this. There must be something. There must be a phasmid. I was even thinking there might be a cocaine skull still. I don't know if there is or not. But that cocaine skull, if it's not in the game, it's part of the misdirect on the phasmid, right? This guy tells a whole bunch of idiotic stories that aren't true, that are just legends. And you're like, wow, there's lots of misinformation. I mean, that's just true in the world, right? People just talk tons of shit. So, and then I was like, yeah, it would be like this game to tell me things that aren't true, or not real, or, you know, just whatever. But I'm like, it's giving me a lot to do. There's a lot of dialogue relating to this phasmid business that I digged into. But at this point I was like, okay, I'm just focusing in on the murder, don't seem to have any quests. I just didn't see it coming. It was a nice surprise. Alright, is there a New Game Plus version of the game, by the way? Continue. By the way, we can play this game in another language too. I could totally play this en français. Tap Q or L to seamlessly switch languages in game. Is that real? Volume d'environnement. I can change the text size a little bit too. Oh, it's only 3. Oh, there it is. Hardcore mode. Hardcore mode is existentially difficult. Checks are harder and healing items are more expensive. Choose your clothes and thoughts wisely. For your sweat and toil, tasks reward a small amount of XP. Detective mode. So detective mode is tutorial agent gives you players unsolicited advice, and tick this box to set some boundaries. Alright, so we don't want that now. It's not a new game plus, it's a hardcore mode. Hardcore mode is existentially difficult. Checks are harder and healing items are more expensive. Choose your clothes and thoughts wisely. So it is a reason to come back and play this a second time. Because I do want to play it, just... I want to see what it's like being an absolute brute. Although, I don't know that I want to do that on hardcore mode. It seems like that's okay. I mean, as long as I make it through the game. Maybe I don't go back on the RCM. It didn't really say, like, you had a bad ending or a negative outcome or anything like that. It might be fun to try. Hardcore mode. There is an achievement I saw for doing finishing it on hardcore mode. I just want to see if this is real. It says... One of the things I was kind of hoping for, and I guess you kind of get it from the ending there, but I was kind of hoping for maybe just a little bit of a recap for the whole overall game, like in terms of choices. Yeah, I said English in English, but it says you can press Q and L to seamlessly change in the middle of the game. So English and French. Oh, so you can have 2 languages and go back and forth all the time.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Oh, it's just text. Vous pouvez pas ne pas voir la face m'idée, monsieur?
See.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance.
Agitez la main devant ses yeux.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind...
The trembling...
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think we
To
should
the
think
bone.
about getting back to the mainland.
Fine. Alright, so what about...
The old man stares at the reeds. His face shows no emotion. Only a faint tremor passes over.
Old age and shock. The appearance of the Phasmid in...
Alright, so it's only the written language. Okay. Seems weird, though. I guess the voice acting is only in English. I don't know. Weird. Seems fine though. The game's made in English. All right. Oh, shit. Alright. Well, we've put in a good session, and that's the end. La 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 la. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna go back to Divinity and play some hardcore honor mode single player to close out the night. It's already 11. All right. I'm kind of glad I'm done the game in a way. Like I'm sad. I really enjoyed it, but I have games I want to move on to, at least for streaming. I want to play some Space Quest. Not tonight. I think I'm just gonna get started on a Divinity run, part 2, I think. And I don't know. I've got other games on the list. I can't remember. There's something else I wanted to do. Got Space Quest. Got Space Quest on my mind. I got Divinity on my mind. I mean, we gotta get back to Hades. I still have Tears to push. I made a list. My interest could change, but I made a list for now. I shouldn't have to work all week. Then I can crack out this list in like 2 weeks, probably. Groceries, the list, 13 society has. What was I looking for? Games I want. Oh, yeah, I need to go get my second shot. Oh, and I got Banished. That was the other one. I still have that Banished last achievement to get. I've got some things to do soon as well. I guess I thought I wrote it down somewhere, but I guess I deleted it. I had a list though, I swear. Maybe I got rid of it because it was a ridiculous thing to keep a list about, I guess. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Alright. You're gonna build a ukulele? Awesome, man. Mine's pretty nice. I spent like $80 on it. I mean, that's... Or maybe it was a little more than that, but... I mean, it's not the nicest ukulele in the world, but considering you get them... Like, the $20 ones just look so cheap. This one at least looks a little stylish and cool. It sounds great. I mean, considering it's an $80 one, I probably still not the highest quality materials. I just don't know if you need high quality materials to make a ukulele. Honestly, didn't look into it too much. I just bought it for D&D mostly. All right. So we need to quit the game. I'm probably just going to quickly turn off the stream and restart it. I'm putting these VODs up on YouTube, so this will just... I'm going to put it up on YouTube, edit out all the breaks, and take care of that. I do also want to look at the achievement list now. Let's see here. Let's see. As you can see, Disco Elysium's still in memory, so it's just like, ugh. Although I could play something new too. My refund went through for Pathfinder, so I could pick up something new as well potentially on Steam. On, let's go. Oh my god, there we go. All right. It's just, it's still sitting in memory, you know? I just have to wait for it to unload, I guess. Alright, why don't well no, I was trying just to kill time, and then it just didn't work out because this is being ridiculous right now. Okay. So 73 hours of playtime. What's that Solasta game about? I mean, it's just Neverwinter Nights was what Scott's summary was. Heard you guys talking about it. I'm gonna play Divinity if I'm gonna play one of those games, because it's just based on review. It's just the best in class to play, and I want to do the challenge of it. I don't like. I just realized. I think I don't really like. I'm not like, oh, I like this genre, so this is all the game I'm gonna play. I like to play like what I think is the best in a genre or my favorite, and then I don't need to play other ones, right? So if I play a game like Deus Ex, I'm not looking forward to playing 100 other games like that. So it's like, Divinity is really good, and I like CRPGs, but I'm not like, I need to play every CRPG. I just need to play the best one if I like it. And if I like it, and it's high quality, then I'll do it. So that's why I was like, I have Banished. I'm playing Hades. It's my favorite roguelite to play. Disco Elysium is my favorite point-and-click adventure to play now, I guess. So I'm sort of thinking along those lines now, so it's like, you know, like it's like that with Mario Rabbids, right? Planescape Torment. I have never played Planescape Torment. That's also on my. I swear that was on my list. I couldn't find my list on my calendar. That's why I was like, yeah, because I was actually thinking of doing a Planescape playthrough. Heard Disco is very inspired by it. I've heard like comparisons drawn as well, because like Planescape Torment, I think is heavy on dialogue and stuff like that, and not so much on fighting people to level up, even though that's a part of it. It's more story and choices. I have tried starting it. It does feel very dated in terms of gameplay, you know, but that doesn't mean it isn't interesting. I think I waited for the enhanced edition. I was wondering if they did a, you know, all voice lines acted thing. I have the enhanced edition, so I've been meaning to play it. I don't know where my list went to. I had a list going. Yeah, see, the game is still like... I've quit the game, but it's still just not quitting. Alright. But I may just have to end the stream, because once I stop encoding, the system will boot up. I'm just going to turn the stream off and on real quick, I think. Oh, there we go. We got the end process button. Maybe I don't need to, actually. All right. But now that it's finally done. The whole idea of going to Steam and look at achievements was to kill time, but that didn't really do anything. All right. So once I get to this, then I will do that. All right, I'm gonna end the stream, do this thing. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be gone for a couple minutes, barely. It might be 5 or 10. I'm gonna reboot my PC just to sort of give it some performance bump for when we come back. All right, so I will be back